Welcome everybody. Welcome. It's a Wednesday stream, and we're gonna make some liquid, or at least that's what I'm gonna try to do today. I want to do something else. I want to do something different. And I got like 3 people in the past 2 weeks asking me to do some more liquid stuff every now and then. So I figured, why not do that today? And let's see what we can come up with. Could be cool. Welcome. Hope you're good. See everybody coming in. 14 people already. Okay. Switch. So it's been years since I made liquid for the last time. Like literally, it's been years. So I think could be fun to do. So I think we're just gonna make one of the first sounds that we for sure are gonna need, and that is kind of a respace. Even if we just need it for like building a track or an idea, we're gonna need one. So let's do that. Let's drop another one on there with a whole lot of voices. And let's remove that one. So we remove the fundamental. And let's add just a sine wave. Actually, let's just do this. So we have just a sine wave. That. So now we have basically a perfect res. You can also just have this as a sol wave. That's kind of nice too. But both works. And let's think. I'm thinking about sharp. Actually, I think, yeah. We're missing something there. Let's... Oh, the wrong one. What did I click? Please reload the... Okay, what did I do? Oh, let me just turn it back on. Then I wanted to turn MPE off, so... Why remove the fundamental? If you don't do that, you're gonna have, like, I can show it real quick. Let's just do this. Like if we there's a couple of ways of how you can see this. Let's just chuck an EQ8 on here. So you can just look at the analyzer in here. In fact, let me open up a proper analyzer. You can actually see it. So if we just set up this, let's say a bunch of voices and a low pass filter, there we get that. Let's go in here. Let's yeah, that's better. So you can see how that one is wobbling about. That's because of the phase cancellation. So it doesn't have a sort of like a solid sub bass volume. The volume of the sub bass is fluctuating a lot, and it's fine. You know, it's fine, but you can kind of fix it, or just heavily compress the sub, or replace it with a separate sub, or do something to make it better. But you don't really have to if you design the patch properly. Because if we do this and remove this one, so that we don't have any sub bass in this oscillator, so now we get this, and if we look at that on here, see, the fundamental is now gone. We only get everything up from the second, or from the first harmonic and up. So then we can just add a sine wave again in there with this one. Let's just load up a sine wave here. Set the phase so it's like that. If I now play this, we have the same res, but with a sustained sub. That's just perfect. It's never gonna fluctuate. The sub is also perfectly mono, while all the other harmonics are stereo. And this is gonna make it so much easier to mix. Because that's the other problem that you have when you detune saw waves, right? Or any oscillator from each other. If you want to have it to be wide, you know, like you probably want that, then it's also going to be wide in the low frequency. So you're going to have to address that, right? And if you address that, then you're going to lose even more of the sub that's in the sound itself because of the summing to mono. It's basically you're summing the left and right channel, which are slightly different from each other, and then that will remove even more of the bass because of the phase cancellation. So yeah, it's this is just a better way in my opinion. And you can see it's just very how do you say that? Consistent, I guess now. You can also just do a saw wave. Like if we just have a saw wave in here, just make sure that that saw wave is re-triggering so that it's like, you know, that there's at least one thing in this sound that is stable. And then that low pass filter, just put that on the saw wave as well, so it's kind of low passing it. And then you get the same thing. The only thing that we get now is that we get an additional set of harmonics from that second oscillator in the sound that are gonna phase with the main saw wave where we remove the fundamental from. But it's only going to phase in the harmonics. It's not going to phase in the fundamental. The fundamental is not present in the first oscillator. So it cannot phase on that first fundamental, right? It's just... So even if we just have a saw here, we will still get a static sub. We just get that second harmonic, or that first harmonic that just gets louder than the sub every now and then. Because the harmonics from this one are layered with this one. So it's kind of like a different sound, but I do kind of like this. Because it gives you sort of like, I guess, a bit of an extra saw bass layer that's just stable. It's kind of nice. Can also be cool if you do that to put this one up an octave. Kind of get a little bit of a fuller sound. But because you have that other oscillator as a saw wave as well, it's going to be really nice. And you can see as well now in the spectrum analyzer that the fundamental and the first two harmonics are completely static, are really stable. They're not doing anything. From the third harmonic, it's starting to phase cancel. It's starting to modulate. You can see that now, which is kind of cool. And it's really clean. Yeah, it's really clean. Just add a little bit of saturation maybe, and you're done. It doesn't have to be that complicated, you know? And there's a couple of things you could do, like with this one an octave up, I like to add a little bit of AM from B. Can be nice. The only thing you have to remember that will introduce a little bit of phase cancelling again. I'll show you. If you add this, it's going to give the amplitude shape of this one to this one. But you can see the sub becomes a little bit unstable now, but it's very subtle. So So it's, even though it's just adds a little bit of phase cancellation now, it's still gonna be really nice. I'll show you what this does. Like, this is without. Let's turn that one on. So this is without. So yeah, it's pretty easy to make good reads. So we're gonna need that for sure. So let's have that in here. Let's group that. Call that bass. So we're probably gonna be it's probably gonna be good to think about a chord progression, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if the reed is gonna end up in the tune. It's just gonna be handy for writing the track, especially when you're coming up with a chord progression. I feel it's nice to have a reed as well, because then you can get a feel for what it would feel like if you have a bass line underneath the chord progression. If you're just gonna write, let's say, a chord progression with a piano, what I find sometimes is that you might come up with a chord progression that sounds pretty cool with the piano, but then you play a bass line underneath it, and you're like, wait, I'm playing like a C, a B, and an A in the bass or something like that, you know, because you're doing some chords that are not really good for the root notes for bass. So yeah, it's just I find having a reason there will help. Let's see, what should we use for writing the chord progression with? Oh, don't drop it on the same track, of course. Let's undo that. If it wants to. There we go. Do you usually start with the bass line? No. I need a mood. I need something that sets a vibe, or you know, just something that makes me feel something, I guess. For me, the bass usually comes later. It's like, and I think especially with liquid, but I never make liquid, so this is gonna be a fun stream. This is gonna be interesting. Um, but like with regular drum and bass as well, I don't tend to make the bass first. I usually end up either making drums first or doing some kind of, like, sometimes I like doing drum sound design sessions because I just really enjoy making drums. So if that happens and I end up making some really nice drums, then that usually inspires the track, and that makes me go like, oh, now I need something to go with these drums. But then it's not usually the bass that I start making. It's usually, okay, these drums sound really good, and these drums could work in a track like something like blah 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 whatever. And then I go, okay, what kind of intro would I do for a track like that? And then I start with the intro, and then I work my way to the drop usually. Um, and I do go back, of course. Like I have a whole bunch of tracks right now that are really close to being done, and it's like a process. Like most of them, I'm like at this point, I'm sort of like in a state where a lot of the tracks have a really messy project file with like, I don't know, like 2,000 bars of like stuff in them with all kinds of bits that I took out and then moved aside, and you know, resampled sessions and all kind of stuff like that. And I'm now in the process of basically just going through, again, moving everything aside that I made up until now for those tracks, and then just bringing every element in one by one, and sort of like rewriting the track from all the bits that I made. And I did it for one track now, and the track turned out, I would say, about 2 or 3 times as good as it was. So I'm like, yeah, I need to do this for a couple of the tracks right now, because it's just they're really close, but not entirely there, if you get what I mean. And the messy project files are not really helping at the moment. So I'm doing that off stream though. I'm not really gonna do that on stream because it's not that interesting. It's just me sitting there most of the time thinking what to do, and then doing something, and then realizing it doesn't work, and then trying something else, and yeah, it's a long process, but it does work. Anyways, we have some strings here. Ooh. Dun, dun. Okay, let's just start with that. Kind of feeling that. And I can try playing it in, I guess. Fuck, already forgot it. Totally not in time, but yeah, I know what I need. When I want to play it, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, that should be enough for now. Time is relative anyway. Yeah, true. You're right. Why did I get slower towards the end? I'm just getting progressively slower. Look, I'm on time. I'm on time. Slightly late. Slightly too early. Then late. Way too late. It's fine though. It's fine. We can fix it. So now, the ultimate test. We're just gonna go for this one. It's better. Just gonna... Yeah, I guess we can do this one. Look at that. Don't like the bass underneath there, so let's see. I'm thinking what we can do for. I think I do want to go down quite low on that. Let me see. Hmm. Oh, harmonic minor, G sharp harmonic minor. Then we get that G major in there, which is kind of nice. Maybe, I'm not sure yet. What kind of chord progression can we do? Wait, I think I also have some. I have a whole bunch of chord progressions here in a folder. Oh, there's a couple ones marked here. What do those sound like? Always good to try out. Here. Don't like that last part there, but this one could be nice if we do this. What else do we have? There was another one. This one. Could be interesting. Or here, what do we have starting on the one? Because that's what I was doing. 1, 3. That one? What's that sound like? As soon as we have this, then we can start. It's pretty sick too. Bunch here. Oh wait, that's G. Let me go to G sharp. Ah, there's more. we need to hear this with this under it to see if that's gonna work. What's that MIDI pack? I'm not sure. I think I got it once of like some kind of a Reddit post. It's just like if you search free MIDI pack, I think you're gonna find it. Free MIDI pack Reddit. You're probably gonna find it. It's like a pack that was like upvoted like tens of thousands of times, I think. And it's basically just somebody who saw the Unison MIDI chord pack, and he was like, fuck no, you don't have to pay for MIDI chords. I'm gonna make an open source community based pack. And he just made a pack that has more than the Unison pack, and it's completely free. So just search free MIDI chord pack Reddit and you should find it. That's tight. I'm even feeling it like this, maybe. Like, take you out of here. Keep you for maybe somewhere down here. Like, I'm even feeling it like this. In a way. I think. Oh no. That one is fine, I think, but it needs to do a different chord inversion, probably. Like, it goes up quite a bit. What if we do that? Nice. Yeah. I'm gonna see, but this could work. I do want to try a couple of the other ones as well. So let's see here. We have a similar thing, but we're going to D sharp from E. That could also be fun. So if we have that, let's just try a couple of ones out now, because we have this setup now. So we can just do this. Just say loop that. Oh, loop that. Well, I do like it, but I don't like the last chord. Need C sharp. And then we can C sharp, but Should we go? We go for D sharp. Does then hammer music ring a bell for the MIDI pack? No, but let me check real quick. MIDI chord pack Reddit. I think it was this one. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. I literally just searched MIDI chord pack Reddit, and it was the first post on Reddit with like a title of like, do you think paying $1 million for MIDI chords is ridiculous? Something like that. This is G sharp. Why does it sound so weird there? Didn't it go to... Oh. Should we go do for the last one? That's the question. Last one, this whole one sounds kind of cool, but what does that last chord then need to be? Like that could work at the end maybe, but then there's gonna have to be one in between. B? B? I think I like that one more. We have other cool ones. Okay. I think I like this one the most. So we'll just start with that. See what we get. Okay. So here we have G sharp minor to B major to F sharp major to E major. Say that right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mm. D sharp sounds kind of nice over that. That's the perfect fifth above G sharp, so that would work. That one would work on that as well. Or that. So that's some nice stuff. We could do in the intro, for instance, we could have some kind of a sound on D sharp. So that the intro kind of sounds like there's maybe like a high layer on D sharp or some kind of a rhythmic thing. And then when the first chord comes in, you're going to hear that it's actually G sharp and that is the perfect fifth. So you first hear like something in D sharp in the first section, and then maybe during that we can have some elements of this coming in one by one. So like some of the notes. Let's just start with that. I think that could be a good thing to try. Should we do the rhythmic thing? Should we try that first? That could be cool. Just some... Though that could maybe also work on G sharp though. But let's see. Yeah, I don't want to do that because then it's actually going to be a D chord. So then we should do this, because otherwise it's not going to work with the chords probably. Like we can try it, but if I put this under it and have this continue, then let's just do, I don't know, maybe just do a filter on this so that it's not too in your face and we can actually hear the other thing behind it. Yeah, that doesn't really work well. But if we replace that with G sharp, so if we do that for instance, it works. It actually works under all of them, so that's kind of nice. Have you tried other Spitfire products? Yeah, of course. Some really good stuff. Like, I don't even think we need that one. Yeah, the strings are gonna be good, for sure. I'm just thinking what we are gonna bring in first. That patch is also really nice, and then we have this one as well, which is also really nice. So the harmonics, which could be good for this one. I think maybe it needs to be higher. That's definitely nice. We want to have that as well. Okay. Let's also make a little bit of drums as well, so that we have some drums. And then we can start arranging things. Let's group that. Drums. Spitfire makes some really good stuff. They're more aimed at like film music stuff. One moment. Let me turn the light on here. It's getting really dark. No, they make mostly film music stuff, which is kind of what they're aimed at. But they are really good for anything, basically. If you want to just add some kind of a melodic layer to your stuff, then and you want to make it sound cinematic, then their stuff is really good. There's other good companies for it as well, like you've got Project Sam. There's a whole bunch of companies that do really good orchestral stuff, but Spitfire is definitely a really good one. And because they also have the like the Albion series for Contact, for instance, is really good. It's definitely one of my favorites. But if you then have, for instance, if you're a little bit lower on cash, they got the Spitfire Labs, which is completely free. So you can just get that, and you can just get all the patches that's for that, and there's really good patches in that as well. And then there's the Spitfire's original series, which is what I was using just now. And the original series, I think there's like they're like $29 a patch uh for each instrument. And it's like they're not that expensive compared to some of the, bigger libraries that they have. So if you're just making some electronic music and you don't want to spend like 600 or 800 on an orchestral library, then you can just get the orchestral series, which are obviously not going to have as many articulations and all that kind of stuff, but it's going to be good for making electronic music. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not comparable to, for instance, the Albion series, but it's still really good. Like, you've got some really good selections of sounds in that as well. The piano as well. The Spitfire, where is it? The in Labs there's a really good piano, which is the if we go to piano, the soft piano, that one is pretty well known. A lot of people like this one. Like, it's just a really good piano, and it's free, but I like this one as well, which is basically the same one, but then they remade it, and they made it a little bit better. So it's basically the same one. It's the cinematic soft piano from the original series, which I think is also 29. This one kind of sounds similar, but so that one sounds pretty good too. I personally prefer this one because it has the reverb and the additional controls, but the other one is really good too. For a free piano, it sounds pretty good. Anyways, let's like I said, I want to make drums right now, but I really just want to make a kick so that we have a kick in the intro, if you get what I mean, so that we can use a kick drum. Let's just make ourselves one real quick. Do that, 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 that. Let's make it a little bit like that-ish. Drop you on here. Set you to a 16th note. Do something like that for now. Here. Set that to be unipolar. Let's bring this up a bit. Make sure it's envelope. Okay. We still need to shape it, of course, but G sharp. Let's put a note in there because it's a bit too high, in my opinion. Shouldn't it be? There we go. A little bit more length on that so that we actually get a bit of that last part where it's at the pitch that we want to end on. This is all, you're going to be shaping this over time as the track progresses probably. I like to have another one, just a very short one here. Do this, turn it up quite a bit, and we can play around with this shape, but put that on here as well. And we're just going to stack that on top of the other one, basically. So what we got now, bring this up a little. A little bit of an extra click at the start. That. Now if we want, we can add noise, but I don't think we really need it for a kick drum for liquid. We just need to boost the level a little. I like to add this, just leave it like somewhere around here where it's at the default volume, so that just adds a little bit of saturation. And then just use the level here. Just crank it up a bit. We'll probably adjust it over time. Is that to make the transient pop? Basically, yeah. Basically, you're just adding another sort of like extra pitch envelope on top of this one. So you just have to envision that there's sort of like another spiky point right here that just sticks up until about here, basically, on top of this shape. There's sort of like another point that's just really short. That's just probably coming to about here, and then it's already joining up with this one. So it's really just adding a very tiny extra point right here at the start, and that's then added to the pitch. Like you can just stack and you can stack envelopes and LFOs on top of each other, and just gonna basically do some math. It's just gonna think like, okay, this LFO has this range, this LFO has that range, which means that the total value of that combined needs to be this, right? So it's just simple math. So if you assign that to the pitch, you just get a very tiny click at start. And it's a bit much maybe now, but that's what I say. We want to adjust that probably over time. We can also put a macro knob on here. Oh wait, let me put this at 0.5. Like, I see a lot of people bringing it down to 0, which is fine. You get just a more clicky start. And if you then offset the phase to be like this, you get an extra click. But honestly, I don't really like it. So I just reset the phase all the way to 0. And then I just have the attack up to about 0.5. So you just get a little bit of an attack on the kick, because I like it a little bit more subtle there. And then I like adding a macro knob on here. And do this. Let me actually give ourselves a bit more kick. Let's do, let me just make a regular pattern like that, so we can actually hear the kick a bit more. And if I now go back in Serum and bring the range of this back, you can hear we're taking, we want to be subtle with it. This can be really helpful in a build-up. Like if you have a build-up and then just automate this, you can sort of like bring the attack in of the kick. And this can also be really good if you have like an 8-note or a 16th note, let's say 16-note kick drum roll at the end of a build. Then you can use this to kind of do this. See? And that sort of like makes that kick drum a little bit less big in the at the end of a build, which is an effect you hear a lot. I only recently thought about this actually. I was like, why did I never do that before? That's so good. It just makes it so much easier to make those kick drum rolls a little bit less in your face, right? And it also makes the drop hit harder if you then, right at the start of the drop, bring it all the way back so you get the full transient again. Be right back, kids shouting me. Oh yeah, there were some kids outside of my house as well. I think they're gone now, so that's good. They were shouting as well. The two visualizers are just the Image Line Wave Candy plugin. Let's turn MPE off for the kick drum, because we're not gonna need that. And we're only gonna have a kick drum right at the start here. And I want to have an EQ on here so we can see what the kick looks like here. We have a bit of a loud part here. That's the click basically that I made. If we change the pitch of that second one, we're probably gonna see it change. Right now we have there. If we change this one, see? So that's nice, but it's maybe a bit much. So maybe that one needs to be quicker. Then that one gets quieter as well again, so. But if you like that extra click, you can also do that. And then just take the EQ here. Just maybe take it down ever so slightly. But we'll see. We'll see. This is not important for now. We need to work on it. Just a little crash course making kicks, I guess. think the kick could be lower though. Like the end of the kick needs to sound like it's a little bit lower, so we probably could bring this back. There we go. Set this one up as well. Track 7. So we can put a sidechain on this one. And let's chuck that. This is the rhythmic one, right? Yeah. Let's chuck that into the bass group so that it gets sidechained. That we can hear. There we go. That's maybe more like what I want. Having like a section where it's a little bit more on that pitch and then... So you can hear what this one is doing now, so if we... Making kicks can be such a lengthy process, but it can be pretty fun as well. Let's load up the other patch here. I'm gonna do this one. Flautando is basically, it's sort of like sustained strings, but they're recorded really quiet or played really quiet. So you don't get really loud strings from this, but they're great for intros. Like, so if we take this here, let's see what we're gonna do. So yo, Angelite. And this one's probably gonna fade out as well, or fade back in, fade back out. Like, how big of a range do we have here? Have more than just... Okay, down to C4. That's kind of cool. I feel like we're gonna have a pretty long intro. I feel like we need some cinematic stuff in this intro. So let's go. Full chords here. Maybe not. Maybe I want to leave a couple of notes out, just so it's a little bit more sparse. And then we can have some other elements coming in, probably really reverbed elements, that maybe play those final notes, but just not sustained, so that they come in, or synth playing it. But we do want to have some extra stuff coming in here in terms of the strings, though. Dun, dun, that one going down, going up. Mm. Like here we can have, I don't know, some extra strings coming in, probably playing a top melody, so these extra notes probably don't need to be there, but... This one sounds weird. Yeah, we'll see what we'll make for that sound, I'm not sure yet. Just do it without. Let's load these ones up. Those are basically similar, but this is just one of their bigger libraries. This library sounds really good as well. So this one has similar patch. Take that and use this. And let's set up, I'm just gonna do a return track for the reverb for now. That way we have the same reverb on everything. Yeah, we gotta leave it at 420. Ooh, that's nice. Having the mod will come up over time here. Like, starting it like that. Okay, that's gonna be nice. Let's see if we can. I think just that. I wanna record that automation real quick. Okay. Couple of parts where probably fix it a little bit, but we'll do that later. Doesn't really matter too much now. What else do we want? I'm feeling some kind of an impact sound at the start. Impact. What do we get? Vengeance impacts. Great. Let's go to my own folders. Sound effects, impacts. More impacts. Not sure what the pitch of that thing is, but Oh wait, there's actually a little bit of a attack on that as well, but let's just do that. Actually, no, I don't like it. Yeah, I'm gonna. I need to get into the zone a bit. Right now, I'm just thinking about ideas at the moment. I do like the chords though, so the chord progression is nice. We need some string elements as well. Let me take this and grab ourselves. Let's do an omnisphere for now, so we can just flick through some patches and get some inspiration for some pads and stuff. Let's do pads there. See what we get. This is probably going to be loud because these notes are probably pretty loud. Yeah. Do that. I'll just write some notes. Need a different patch though, but just write a couple of notes first. That is what I was doing, right? Yeah. Just have that for now. See, that's more what we need. Woo! That's good. That's nice. Dispatch. Just don't think we need that one, but see. Could also do this. Question is, does this one more high end? Not really. If we use the mod wheel, but if we then it that's a high pass. That's a low pass. So this is. Wait, does it not have? Oh, the filter is turned off, so that one doesn't have any higher harmonics, I guess. Okay. What is that second layer then? What is that second layer? Outglassed. But I'm not hearing anything. Wait, is that if I bring the module up? No clue what that layer does. I'm hitting keys, but this layer literally doesn't do anything. Why is it here? Why is it there? I have no clue. But that means we can, you know, swap it out for something else. If it's just not doing anything anyway. Oh, it has a really long attack. Ah, so that comes in over time. Then what does that do? Still doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, in that case, can we clear this part? We can clone the part. We can copy it. Clear layer. No, that clears the entire thing. Can we just clear the part? That would be helpful. No. Well, okay, then we're just gonna change it. Is there any effects on that? No. Okay. So then we can just change A to whatever we want. Let's find something. Some extra higher, so like, how do you say that? More harmonics in this sound if we use like a low pass filter on it. Source. We have a nice synth. Moog, Oberheim. A Prophet. Oh, we do. Prophet 5. So let's turn autoplay on. Why is that so quiet? Let me check this real quick. There's something here that makes it really quiet. Let's reset that. Should be fine. We have that. Let's turn that off for now. There we go. Now I can actually hear what that is doing. Yeah, something more like that, or maybe one of these things. That one? Yeah. It's pretty right. Let's turn that one on. Some kind of mod wheel. Ah, like that. It's the full range. See if there's more modulation on the mod wheel. There is. Let's remove that one. Where's that coming from? Ah, that was just me moving it. Oh yeah, that one has the mod wheel on it, of course. Let me go in here. That's gonna be dope. Automate this. And it's great, send, but I want this to be wetter, so putting it on the channel. That's nice. Would have increased the level a little bit here. Just have a nice which notes? It's just a high D sharp. One at the start here. Sure. I just want some hats. I'm thinking where, if we're gonna do drop here, then we're gonna have sort of like the final epic part here where we're really gonna build up towards that part. Should we make some drums? I'll just chuck this in here. We can make the drums underneath here, actually. Let's make the drums underneath here so that we envision a little bit what that would do. Let's just loop this section. So we can just do some... Zoom in. Sorry. Let me not do that. Let's kick or kick serum. Not sure we're gonna have a snare. Let's grab a clap or something for now, because we're probably not gonna want a full-on snare in this section. If we're gonna have drums in this section, but it's a shitty clap. Let's find a good one. Claps. Can we get a good clap? That would be great. Kind of like that one. For now, it's more of like a snap kind of thing, which I guess would work for this vibe. Hilarious. Let's make sure that that's the right note. Actually, let me duplicate this one. Can make it better later. That sounds shit. Bear with us. Rome wasn't built in a day. No, I know. And I never make liquid, so this is sort of like territory I haven't been in a really long time. But it's fun. Like, I think actually this intro would be really nice if it just almost is just, I guess, just the strings coming in with that synth. And we can have some extra synth element in there, but the piano is a bit much. I don't like that. Like, those are too much, the drums there. I want to focus on this first. Let's brass or woodwinds? I guess brass, and then a higher brass layer coming in would be nice. Like in this section here, so that, or you know what, let's grab this and that. Probably that one as well. Chuck that on here. Let's see where I want that to come in. Okay, that one is a lot louder than the other one. That's kind of cool. Sidechain. One moment. Woo! That's sick. So we have That's a bit much. But if we just take something like this, that, could we even maybe use it here? Should we make it come in later? Just do this. Might be nice to have that come in here actually, where see what we'll do with that, but I think we need another element coming in here. So let's just see if we can make something cool with this. Probably here. Oh wait, does it change there? I think it does. Oh no, it doesn't. No. Okay, so that's what the bass is doing. For some reason it works. Actually, we don't. Those. Don't like the pattern at all, but hey, getting somewhere with it. Let's make a good pattern. Yeah, I get what you mean. We need some release on this to begin with. Like we can use something like that to open it up. But we need a good pattern. Am I right? I need to think as well where this track is going, because I don't really think I'm moving somewhere with a point in mind at the moment. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a short bathroom break. Turn up my speakers. Put this on. Without the synth thing here. And I'll just listen to it while I'm taking a short bathroom break. And then when I come back, I hopefully will have an idea of where to take it. You gotta learn music theory someday, Carbon Snake is saying. I mean, music theory is very helpful, especially for this kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't really do that anymore. I just have my MIDI controller, which has like skill features on it, so I can just, turn the lights on my MIDI controller on. I can immediately see what the right notes are of the skill. I don't know much, I just use the same skills a lot. I mean, the ones I tend to use most are minor and harmonic minor. Those two are just I use a lot. Major every now and then, but harmonic minor and minor is quite often. Then Phrygian, I guess, is a nice one, nice mode. Major Phrygian is also nice. But that is pretty much harmonic minor, but starting on a different key. So yeah, there's a bunch of cool ones, but like I would say, like for me, it's minor or harmonic minor. Those two are just usually what I want. Drums will give it more direction. Yeah, I know, but I think I want the intro to be quite empty in terms of the drums. I think the drums need to come in later, and the intro can be a little bit less drums, and then we'll bring some drums in. We could maybe have some drums in the intro, like some high passed percussion or some high passed break chopped up or something like that, just to kind of give it a little bit of stuff that's just coming in very subtly. But the main thing in this kind of thing, I feel, is you don't want to overdo it, right? It needs to be. It doesn't need to be too big, if you get what I mean. Which is what that synth is already turning into. That's why I muted it. It's getting a bit too big. That can be. It can work in the drop, but not for the intro. We need to save that. But I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this. I feel like we can go to a different thing here at the end to kind of. Well, I have something in mind. Um, and it's going to be. I need to figure out what note that is. I need to figure out which note is going to lead me back into that G sharp, so that when I do a build up in that note, so that I kind of want to break up that sort of like pattern of the chords, because it's sort of like the same pattern that repeats over and over, right? It's just that G sharp, B, F sharp to E. And that repeats over and over. I want to break that up so that at some point it starts extending one note in sort of like in the lead up into the drop, so that it extends that note, and you think like, oh, wait, why didn't it suddenly not change chords anymore? Or it probably is going to be a different note as well from the ones that we're already using. Um, or same one but with a different inversion or a different chord on top. And it needs to be one that sort of like is nice to build tension with and then go into the drop, if you get what I mean. I see how hard it is adding analog sounding drums in the mix though. I mean, these drums are very digital at the moment. Um but what I'm thinking about at the moment is maybe not necessarily your conventional um liquid tunes. Like I say liquid, but there's so many different types of liquid, right? You've got the liquidity liquid, the cookie cutter liquid stuff that everybody knows. That's just basically you can put up any tune and you have no clue who it is, um, unless you know the tune, of course. But it could be anybody if you don't know the tune, because they all sound pretty much the same. Um, then there's some people that are pushing liquid in different directions, and I feel like if I would have to pick an inspiration of people that I tend to really like the kind of stuff that they do, it's probably Camo Crooked when we're talking about liquid. Like some of the stuff that Camo Crooked have been doing with it is really cool. Um, I mean, there's other people as well. Inside Info is a great example as well. He's been doing some really, really cool stuff with it. Um, I know, didn't Greycoat do a couple of liquid tunes? I think he did. And I think I really like those as well. But I'm not sure if I think it was Grey Code. I could be wrong. Um, but there's a couple of people doing some cool stuff in it that is sort of like different sounding, and I would definitely want to take it in one of those directions because then I can probably use it as well. Um, I wouldn't really release a very basic liquid tune that sounds like you know any other liquid tune. I wouldn't really put that on an EP or something. But if I would, if I finish a liquid track that is, has something in it that makes it a slightly different or from like the straightforward liquid stuff, then I would definitely put it on my EP, for instance. Even if the rest of the EP is heavier stuff, I wouldn't care. Like that would still be nice. It could be a nice break in the EP, or it could be the intro, it could be the outro. I don't know. You can do all kinds of stuff with that, but then it would have to need something in it that makes it slightly more interesting. Eternal Garden by Grey Code. Yeah, I think that could be one of the tracks. I'm not sure, but yeah, there's other people as well, of course, but um, there's just there's so much liquid out there, and there's a lot of it. I think that's also why I didn't really care too much about it for a long time. It's just there's so much out there, and a lot of it just sounds exactly the same. Like don't get offended if you really like liquid, because that's not my point. That's not what I want to do. But um, I think it's a lot of those tracks are like I don't necessarily even care which artist it is, even if it's a good track, because it could be any artist basically in within liquid drum and bass, except for a couple of ones maybe. Um, and that's the thing that the artists within liquid that I do tend to like all try and push it into a different direction, or all try and add something into it that do something with it. Yeah, Monroe is great too. He is slightly closer to the more straightforward liquid stuff, but he just does it really well, you know? And he does it really well with its own twist, and that then I can still appreciate it. But like the majority of stuff on Liquidity, for instance, it just all sounds the same. It just all like, yeah, you could pick two you could pick two liquid artists from Liquidity at random, and you could listen to their tunes, and probably you're not going to even be able to pick who is who if you didn't knew whose track it was. It's just going to be like, it's just Liquid, you know? It's that Liquid sound. But there's then a couple of people that do tend to push it in a way. Um, like Polo Bryson is another good example, especially their last release, the last EP that they did. It was pushing it into a very different direction, where with very little drums and a lot more ambient than what they had put out before. A lot less straightforward drum and bass drums, but still you could hear it's drum and bass. It still has drum and bass, but it's not exactly like what you expect it to be, right? And that makes it interesting. Like I'm not too big on Liquid though. I like I can say that I listen to it a lot. I definitely listen to it a couple of tracks a day, but other than that, I should listen to it more. There's definitely some cool stuff out there. I'm thinking about by the way, I'm working on my speaker, so my mic is muted every now and then. I'm thinking about where we're gonna end here, which note we're gonna end, because that's gonna help fill in the gaps in between. I can sort of like think about. I know that the drop is gonna hit on G sharp, right? So we're gonna follow the same chords in the drop basically, but we're gonna have a. Yeah, I think I want to try and put some of the stuff I've been doing in the heavier tracks into this as well. Which would mean I'm probably gonna have to take some inspiration from how Camel and Crooked do their drops on some of their tracks. Um, and maybe a couple of other people, but Camel Crooked is the one that I know their tracks most of right now. That is the first that jumps to mind. Um, and I know that that first hit here is gonna hit on G sharp. So what note is gonna lead us nicely into that? That's the question. And what chord combination, basically. So, like this works, but you know it's a bit too simple to just keep repeating that. And it's nicer to just break it up a little bit, and then maybe even have this entire section just be that same note, or only this section. But I'm thinking about what could work there. Let's just make. Yeah, let's just make some kind of a steppy bass sound, I guess, for this first hit here, so that we have something there. And then we can sort of like feel, I guess, maybe try and feel how that works into that first sound. So, G. That might feed back into the mic every now and then, but I can't be bothered with my headphones at the moment. Let's do that same thing as what I have been doing lately with like the two notes and then just doing yeah, something like that. Uh, I would say so. Serum is probably my favorite plugin, yeah. See, you have a couple of voices. I need to do some gain staging. I brought the drums down already, so let's bring that down as well. Do the same here, which means this might be a little bit quiet, but I'll balance that. Oh my fucking god. The camel crew. That's amazing. That's such an amazing. Did I butcher the name that much? Camel crew. Nice. Sorry. That just cracked me up. I'm not saying that it currently sounds like that at all. I'm not saying, but that's sort of like what I would think about of kind of like the direction maybe I would like to take it in terms of the drop, where it's almost in between liquid and heavier drum and bass, if you get what I mean. Like, some of their tracks have this very liquid sound, but they do have a bit more, how do I say it? Like a lot of liquid tracks just have a sustained reese, right? That's just the majority of liquid uses that. And maybe if they don't use the sustained reese, they use like just a sub bass patch with like some extra stuff on top. But then some of the tracks that Camel Crooked have been doing, they kind of bring almost like the neuro kind of production things, but apply it onto liquid, if you get what I mean. And that's really interesting. Where their bass is like where their bass lines are just it's like a combination of a lot of times of low sounds that are the actual bass and then some higher synth parts, but they interact really nicely together, and it's not just a sustained bass underneath everything. They use some plucky basses and they have some stabbier basses here and there might be sustained basses as well, but it's like there's a really nice sort of like pattern going within that, and that's really cool. Yeah, it kind of blends a little bit between heavier drum and bass, but then it is not really heavy drum and bass either because it's too melodic for it and too liquid. But yeah, you get what I mean. And it's a really interesting thing, and I think that could work if I sort of like do that as well. But then like some of the tracks that I've been working on lately, they have a more melodic sound. So if I just tone that down a little bit, it could work in a context like this. And if I then would have to think about somebody that would be somebody to think about of having like taking as inspiration, then yeah, for now I would say Camel Crooked because that's just the one that jumps to mind right away of people that do that. Halogenics, yeah, definitely. He's been doing some great stuff as well. Really good stuff. Um, Thoughts on the new Noisia collab? Yeah, that one is pretty nice. I like it. Kind of like it. It's again, it's different, but it's nice. Um, I was definitely surprised to see another Noisia stuff come out, but I couldn't complain any less. I mean, let's be honest. I think nobody did. Everybody was just hyped as fuck, and then they started sharing the images on Twitter, and everybody was just, dude, come on, stop teasing us. But I mean, I get it. I saw someone comment and it was absolutely hilarious. Somebody commented, Noisia Noisia about to make the longest Noisia about to do the longest breakup of an artist group ever. I mean, they've been going at it for like a year or so, something now. But it's pretty nice. Loa. Yeah, Loa is a really nice track of theirs. Not too sure. I read a whole interview one time about some stuff that they did with that track. They used some weird inspiration for the vocal. I'm not entirely sure where it came from, but it was some really cool stuff. Um, do you play video games? Not really. Not really. I do tend to play City Skylines, but I haven't installed it ever since I reinstalled my operating system, so not really. Okay, we just need like a bass like that for now at the start here. It's a bit much reverb, but just so we have something to indicate what that G sharp is sounding like. Let's push a little bit of I'm gonna swap out the clap for an actual snare later, but okay, so that's what the drop is gonna start with that pitch. Now we need to figure out what leads into that nicely. So let me go in here. F sharp would work. Or B major instead. Like major there at the end. Oh, actually, which one do we have now? C sharp. Oh, yeah. C sharp. Why not? Let's do C sharp then. Kind of works. What is that? That is D, G, no? D sharp, G sharp, and C sharp. C sharp sus2? Is that correct? I think it is. It's gonna work. Like, don't mind the rees here. Let me make the rees go away a little bit here. Let's just do it like that. That works. That C sharp sus2 into G sharp. That works. I like that actually. So now we need to start building that towards here. So I want to build the tension there. And so like build tension here. And that's the one thing that I want to take from their production style, is they have a bunch of tunes where they have an intro that is pretty long and pretty cinematic. And they tend to get pretty big in the intro for liquid drum and bass. They tend to get pretty large in terms of the sound, where it gets really huge. And then when the drop hits, it gets a lot more minimalistic, and then they start bringing elements in over time again. And that works so well. And I think that could work really well for this sort of like intro vibe that we've got going here. If we build this up sort of like towards this point, and then have this coming in here with I guess a snare, but maybe a little bit of a different snare, maybe not that long of a snare, really short one, um, so that it really, and then really make the bass stand out, if you get what I mean. So I have some low end bass hits in between the drums, and then some higher synth parts on top, maybe some weird granular stuff, sample some granular synth stuff, and then put those in. It is pretty quiet. So I'm gonna try and bring those strings up a little here. Let me just... Actually, you know what? Let me just do this. Put another utility in front of it, because this one is being automated. Let's just crank this up a little bit, because this patch is really quiet. That's the whole nature of this patch. It's flautando strings, which are basically just strings played really softly. And that's why they have that sort of like really intimate sound. But it's really nice if you then boost the level of that so that it's still really audible, but it has that almost intimate sound because it was played so softly. And then especially if you then, for instance, at the end here, we can double it up or either replace it with strings that are, you know, just played a little bit harder so that it gets even bigger there. We build that tension, especially on that last chord. But then here, let's just boost this with maybe another 5 or... I mean, we brought it down 8, so let's just boost 8. I think we won't even have much drums in this section. Maybe only in this last section, and then some drums might need to be filtered in or something. But I think even here, that hi-hat is already too much. I want it to be more atmospheric in the first part. Almost like it's almost a film score or something. I think that would be really cool. So let's mute the hi-hat. The kick drum is fine, honestly. It just maybe a little bit much. So what might be good to do is just take that macro, call that soften attack, and then just bring that up a little bit in the intro here so that we get more like that. A really soft sort of like kick every now and then there, indicating the first part of a beat. We'll just do this for now. Just drop it into jump up. Wow, 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 wow. Mr. Happy. Double drop. Wow, 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 wow. That would be pretty weird. Not gonna lie. Way too big. Like, I want to see some drums coming in here that are so like filtered in. So let's just drop this in real quick. You get what I mean? Some washed out reversed violin notes. Yeah, we need some reversed reverb bits here and there. I need to make some sounds. Maybe even from like a vocal or yeah, like you said, a violin or something. Reverb the hell out of them and then, you know, start reversing some elements. That's true, but that's stuff that I want to do later just to fill stuff up. Um, Now I'm thinking about more, you know, what the track is gonna do, where it's gonna go, and then we can work on making everything sound better afterwards. And like, if I feel this track after this stream, then I might do another stream on upcoming Friday with this. So it's not just tonight that we're working on this, probably, unless I don't feel it, of course, after the stream. But I feel the chord progression, so that's fine. I think we are onto something with that. Probably can actually come in right there. I want distortion on the master bus and automating the drive knob in the build up, make it bite. Yeah, but that's just... I want to do that probably with some extra elements as well. Like, we're not there yet. But we're getting there. Oh yes. Less build snare would be cool, time stretched. Maybe. Ooh. Down there is nice, actually. Should we alternate that, or should we do that every time? Let's see. Like these high notes I want to work on here. But I like that a lot, so let's see if I... It's very subtle here, so... Yeah, that's nice. Then do that here. I'm not hearing shit. Very subtle. Dun, dun. Yeah, that's that. Dun, dun. Maybe add a D sharp in there. Or G sharp. Oh no, that's C sharp. D sharp there. so much strings. Dun, dun, dun. So what are we gonna do at the end here? Because we're gonna have to do a change here, leading into this one. Okay, so into C sharp. What if we go D sharp? Let's listen to just the strings. Otherwise, it's going to sound out of tune. D sharp. So D sharp, A sharp, another D sharp. That should work already. What else do we have? We have G sharp, E sharp. Don't have the fifth though. It's gonna sound weird. Let me get rid of all this. Go to G sharp. are we gonna do at the end there? Hmm. Who has an idea? Who has an idea? What can work after a 1-3 1-3 7 6 progression? Is that correct? Wasn't it labeled somewhere? 1-1-3-7-6. Yeah. So we're doing 1-3-7-6. Minor 1, major 3, major. Is that correct? Are we doing major, major, major? I mean, it sounds fine, but let me check. Yeah, we are. Okay, so we're doing minor to major, major, major. What will work from that 6? I guess the 5 probably work. The 5 chord, which is D sharp. Oh, I know. To A sharp, and A sharp leads perfectly back into G sharp because that's the second note of the scale. So that will lead really nicely back into G sharp, and D sharp leads very nice into A sharp because that's the perfect fifth. So that's, you're jumping up a fifth. That's always gonna sound nice. That will probably work. And here we're building tension, something. Like, we don't have the fifth of that chord though, but we could borrow it. We can borrow it, or we can maybe do augmented. Something like that. Now it's weird because we suddenly break this up here, but if we write everything around it, it could probably work. We could even maybe do this. Have like that one here, and then do just another G sharp right here. That sounds a bit weird, but I'll see if we can make it work. That would also work, having that as the last one. So D sharp is the last chord. Why does it sound so weird here? Oh, it's because this one is there. We just replace that with that. See, that does sound a bit weird, so that I don't like that. Dilemma. That could. That works too. We just have to change this one up here. Just change this to go to D sharp end here. See, we don't have. Oh, for D sharp, we do have it. And then there's some more stuff happening here. That's probably the Reese. It's clashing now. Yeah, we found it. We found it. Finally. I need to piss again. I'll be back in just a little bit. We're back, but the mic is going to be muted for a bit. I need to listen to it. Okay. Idea. Idea. I think it's actually really nice to, instead of having a Reese, to just have a bit more of a, like, the Reese is fine. Reese is fine. We're not gonna need this. So the Reese is fine. But we probably don't need the sub. We only need this. What I want to do is I want to have sort of like a bass underneath it that does like an 8-note subby thing, like dun 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 dun, like that. And then the Reese sitting on top of it. So just the mid range of the Reese, and then having like another bass underneath it, playing the same notes, but in a rhythmic sub kind of thing. So just very basic actually. Just something like that. 8-note. And then just going to put an arpeggiator on it so that it's being re-triggered every 8-note. So that's a 99%. Then we get this. And let's go in here and let's remove you. Let's make another one here. Let's create a bit of a square kind of shape, like that. Analyze it and do a morph. Oh, my voice cracked. Okay, there we go. Then re-trigger it so that we get the same thing every time. A bit of extra harmonics on it. Strings get a little bit loud as well, but that's something we can work on. How loud is this here? Way too loud. Okay, so we're gonna automate the volume of this one. It's gonna come in over time a bit. So here it's probably here it's gonna be at its loudest. But then here we're just gonna have it a little bit quieter. Sometimes it can be nice to have a saw wave in this as well. So just having like a saw wave, and then low passing that saw wave quite a bit. Just so you get a bit of that extra saw wave harmonics in it. Can, you know, make it a bit fuller sometimes. Do need to do this though. Hear what that does in the mix. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, wrong one. Let's go in here. So this automation is nice. I do want to have a bit of control over it though. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a macro knob on here. So macro 1. Let's call that remove 8s. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm going to bring the level up of these. So they're just like that. That's maybe a bit loud. Why is it so fucking loud? Why does it have movement? Oh, because I brought this up. There we go. It still has movement. Oh no, that's just a retriggering. There we go. We don't need that. Okay, so now we have nothing of that, so we can do that and bring this one up as well. And then if we bring this up, we want these to go down. So that it basically introduces that 8-note thing. Let's make them go down all the way. We can kind of turn it into a sustain bass, if you want to. Like, it might even be nice to just have it like this here. Then introduce it here. It gets a bit muddy here as well, but that's something we can fix later. So let's bring the Reese in now. Reese just has the mid-range now. There's no sub, so I should be able to just layer this. And it should just add some harmonics to that subby thing. That's maybe why the strings also get so loud here. Let me remove all of this. Redo this section. Well, you know what? Let's just redo the entire thing. It's a little bit better. Could maybe get a little louder here in this section, but it's better now than what it was, because it was just at its full loudness in the last section. I also think the strings get a little bit too complex here. We could probably take some notes away and play some extra patches on top. But for now, I think it would be good to move towards working on this section, getting that rise a little bit in here, that tension, and then going into some kind of a drop. And we also have this one, which is very... adds a lot of mud in this area because of the area where it's in. So let's see if we... Yeah, that's totally gonna work. Even though we don't have a drop yet, you can hear, because of that bass tap, you can already hear how it's gonna work. It's just... so it's just, you know it's gonna work. If we wouldn't have that bass tap there, you don't really hear it. But because of the bass tap, I can hear if it sounds right. How late is it? 12 a.m. or midnight already. Damn. Time flies when you're having fun. We're not done yet though. What do we need in this section here? Like, I feel like the strings are a bit too much at the moment, so for now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove all these notes that are turned off. Because we kind of figured out what that needs to do, so I know what the chord progression is. I don't need all of those anymore. I wish there was a quick way to just select all the notes that are turned off. That would be so epic. Just like a hotkey, you know, select all notes that are bypassed and then just delete. Bam. That would be so sick. Like what I'm thinking, it might be good to have these strings a little bit less full, especially here towards the end, and just have them continue playing what they're doing in the section in front of it, but then just add a couple of extra additional layers on top of it to make it fuller, instead of, adding more and more notes to the string section. Because one, it's not really realistic to have one string section play this many notes. Well, maybe this might still work, but I'm not sure. If a bunch of players are all going to play different notes, then I guess it could work. But it's also going to clutter things up a lot, right? And you can hear it as well towards the end. It just gets too full in the strings. It gets a little bit muddy, a little bit clustered. Whereas if we leave it a little bit more open and then just have some other elements kind of filling up that space, maybe just playing the same notes, but they're just an octave higher or something like that, just to add some fullness in that section. That would probably be good. But let's, I say we make some drums. I think this would be a good moment to start working on some drums. I'm gonna leave the clap in here as well, because the clap is kind of cool. Could be cool for like a little variation section. Let's duplicate this track. Call that snare serum. Let's remove those. What note is the snare gonna be? Let's go up to there. Let's make a snare patch real quick. We can just use this one for it actually. All we have to do is basically just change this one and remove this one, so we can remove that. And then change this one up so it's more like this. Have a little bit something like that. And then bring it up quite fast. See, and that brings us into the snare drum fundamental kind of sound. And then here, let's turn this. Oh wait, let me do this. I should make a wavetable for this, by the way, because I do this a lot, but let's take that down a bit, make it a nice sort of like rounded square shape. That's good enough. Just don't want to dip in the middle there, that's good enough. Normalize and then morph, so that we can kind of blend between a rounded square and a sine, and you can hear that automatically gets more of like a snare tone than that, right? That's a pure sine, and then this is a little bit more of a rounded square, and somewhere in between should be a good sort of like tone for the snare fundamental, and then we can use that one to give it the sort of like the snap and the punch that it needs. And then here, this is our amp envelope. Let's make it a bit quicker. Then that is that. So let me actually group this as well. So we have a kick group, and then we're gonna group this one. That's gonna be our snare group. And then I'm going to have basically a second serum for the noise. I could do it all in one patch, but I'd like to separate these things. I mean, fuck it, we'll do it in one patch. No, let's separate them. Make up your mind, alright, come on. Do this, do that, and that. Let me loop this, so we can hear that. Let's do it a little bit longer. Let's take another serum. Let's take some noise. And then we're gonna create a bit of a shape. That. Put that on the noise. This one. Actually, why am I doing it on 2 tracks? Might be good to just do it like this. Group. Because then we don't have to change the notes all the time. Take that one. Put you there. Can get rid of that track. Then, let's see. D sharp might be nice. See that real quick. Okay. Let's make the fundamental. Let's go in here. Make this one a little bit longer. So now we should, let me turn off the count in here. Then we get that. See, we get a little bit of a wiggly, fast wiggly line there, so that we get a nice punchy transient. And then we're gonna make the fundamental part a little bit shorter. Something more like that, I think. That looks more like it. It's really short. Look at it. This is a single beat. It's really short. We're talking 22 milliseconds. Maybe a little longer might be nice, but yeah, that's nice. And then the noise comes in after, around there, about 8 milliseconds, so that's pretty nice. Maybe a little bit longer. That's pretty good. So let's go into the noise. So this, what this is doing is just changing the high pass here a little bit, so we got a bit more, you know, a bit less low end in the tail on the noise. Let's pitch this up a bit, maybe. I'm gonna adjust the phase so we get a wider stereo field here. For some reason, the first part of those noise files that I made came out a little bit more mono. I'm not sure why, but just bringing this up changes that. and also changes the tone of the noise. And then we have the noise here itself. We can kind of shape it a bit. Like that. And let's go into here and take an EQ. Now note, this is only on the noise, so we can look for a nice area like that. Maybe right around there. And we can take another LFO here. Yeah, that's good. Put that on the gain here. So this is without, and this is with. See how it adds a little sort of like snap? Almost as if there's a clap layered in it. That's just that peak coming up here. And it's very subtle, but if we boost this up, you can really hear what that's doing. And I'm going to swap this to an 8 note. Maybe even a 16th note. Let's do an 8th note. Pretty decent. Then another thing that snare drums tend to have is on the end of the snare, on the end of the tail, it tends to get a little bit more low passed as well. Like the high end sort of like rolls off a little bit quicker than the lower frequencies of the noise, or the mid frequencies of the noise, I should probably say. So what we could do is take another one of these and put it up quite high here, and then we're gonna bring it down. Maybe even a shelf. And take another one of these, put it on there. Let's make a shape like this. So it has high end at the start, but then towards the end it sort of like rolls off a little bit. Now this is without the EQ, and this is with. Do you hear how much of a difference that actually makes? Now we can start processing this on the group here. So let's just, or on the track itself. So both layers together. Maybe do a little saturation on it. And then when you boost it a bit with saturation, you will also hear if the noise is right or if it has too much of that resonant peak. You might need to tone it down a bit. The saturation usually helps to make that more audible. And right now I wouldn't care too much about it. It's more something you would probably tweak and go back to later when you have more elements of the drop in place. But for now, this snare drum actually sounds pretty good. It's a pretty good snare. It's maybe a bit loud for liquid stuff, but like I said, I want to be this. I want this track probably to be somewhere in between liquid and slightly heavier drum and bass, so it makes sense. Let's do a little transient shaping here. See if we can tighten it up a little bit more. Something like that. Like if I mute this, look at the thing right here. You can see the tail. It's pretty long, and if I record this, you can also see that the tail ends about right there, right? Somewhere about there, maybe right there. If we put this on, it automatically just makes it a lot more tighter. See, it's like right up until, and I would probably even cut it off like right around here. So maybe even earlier, so just fade it down a bit so you get like a bit tighter of a sound, but this is good too. Add a bit more of that afterwards, because it does tend to make the noise a little bit quieter. So just boosting a bit in the high end brings that back a little bit again, but now it is a little bit shorter. So it just makes it a bit snappier. That's a pretty decent kick now, or snare. So let's see how that sounds after that intro. It's all right. It's a bit too big. It's a bit too big, but we could tone that down a bit. What it really needs. I would also want to try out a different pitch, maybe even higher. Like maybe even that high G sharp. Like that's the beauty of this now. I can just change the pitch, and the noise is not changing pitch, so it's not tonal. So I think G sharp might be better. Yeah, I think G sharp might be better. And then let's go back in here. So this one, let's shorten it again a bit. Like, we really don't need a long snare for this kind of a track, so that is good. And then we can go in here and tweak this as well. If we do this, then we're shortening the snare, because that shortens the noise. We can probably get away with doing that. And then something tells me G sharp, or D sharp is the better one though. Just quickly gonna put these in. That was it, right? Yeah. So if we do this. It's just so that we have. It's just so that we have some bass notes hitting on the notes of the chord progression. That's all that there's to it. Getting a bit ear fatigue though. I think we need to dedicate another stream to this. For sure. Yeah, I want to have some kind of a sound extra coming in here, I think, but I'm not sure what. Not sure what. We have some vocals. A minor. That's down. Semitone. Ooh. Hear that? Don't want to use it too much, but let's just chuck it in. quite a lot, but now it'll do. So like get a bit more. Yo, thanks, Anthony. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I did that bank for Pigments. Well, not the entire bank, but I did part of it. A couple of other people as well, but yeah, turned out pretty nice actually. Like actually better. Oh. Oh no, it's good. It's good. And greetings back to Down Under, by the way. That's a far bit away. That's literally on the opposite side of the planet. Like, it's almost right, but not entirely, if you get what I mean. It's like that last part is nice. But we need one in front of it that does something else. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. So much better. Oh, there's 100% mix on the reverb. That's why it's so. Let's go a bit more like that. Actually. Actually, let's do this. Ah, too bad. I got a solution. Which one is it? One. Let's grab the full one. Just going to it's a bit much, of course, but I want to have. How can I make a longer version of it? Could try stretching it, but that's probably not going to sound too beautiful. We can try it. Come on, just right over there. Yeah, see, it's a bit fucked. Does anybody have an idea? How can we make this noise file longer without getting it to sound fucked? Idea. Complex warp mode on texture. Then stretch it. Let's do twice the length. Still fucked. If we do that, it might be better. That's pretty good. That sounds way better than doing this. You hear? And because it's noise, we can get away with it. You don't really hear any sort of like granular things, which is actually what it's doing. It's turning it into a granular kind of thing. But because it's noise, it's random anyway, so you don't really hear that. And now we have a bit of a longer noise here. Now in this section, we want to have some elements building up here. I feel like today is going to be the intro, and next Friday probably is going to be the drop. But I'm fine with that. Let's again, this one I'm going to turn it into the texture warp mode. That probably work. Because it's a little... Yeah, that works. What if we do it 4 times the length? Seems to work. Huh? Did you hear that? Interesting. I'll actually, I know an even better way to do this. So we play, which chord did we play again at the end? D sharp. So A sharp on top of it would be really nice. Let's grab a pigments. Yeah, you could crossfade, but you don't have to. By the way, another great way to stretch a sample, pigments. Sample, granular mode. Let's take that one, chop it in here, set this to G sharp, or G, right? No, G sharp. Then I'm going to put, let's do this section, put an A sharp here. Now we don't hear anything. Is this, yeah, G sharp 3, okay. Now we have this, and then if I, we're gonna automate that. Let's make it go backwards. Okay, so we're gonna go macro 1, start position here, and we're gonna make it end right before it, so that we don't get that clicky part, which is what we got with the Ableton one as well, because it's basically reaching the end of the sample. And then let's bring this down, then we get that. Then we're gonna introduce a little bit of random start, so that's a little bit more random. And then we can play around with this here to get a fuller sound. Seems about right. So that is, how do we call this? Open. We just automate that. Fuck it. Over the entire duration of this. And then we can also play with the note here. Like I kind of hear B there, even though we're playing D sharp in the bass. I kind of hear that B coming in there. Or C sharp. Like there's a bunch of options that will work. Like that kind of leads straight back into G sharp because it is G sharp. That doesn't work. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hearing. How late is it? 1 a.m. I'm gonna stop streaming. Thanks for being here. If you want to continue watching this and see how this will take shape, then you probably want to be here on Friday, because Friday I'm gonna be doing the drop. I might stream tomorrow if I feel like it. If I think it could be cool to do. Um, like if I feel like if I have an idea tomorrow for this, I might stream tomorrow. If I do, then I'll let you guys know on Discord. And if I don't, then it'll be on Friday. I was watching AU5 on his builds. He makes the stereo width slowly filter to 50% mono just before the drop. I've never seen that trick before, but kind of interesting. It works really well. It really only works if you have a drop that has a good amount of width to it, if it has stereo width. Like if you have a bass sound, or if let's say your main bass line is pretty much mono, it's not gonna work. You need that width in the drop for that to work. But if you have a drop which has a lot of width, so for instance with Liquid, you will have that. It would actually work pretty well, because you're decreasing the width, right? So you're narrowing down the stereo field, which, unconsciously just makes everything feel a bit, well, I guess narrower. And then when you just open it straight back up again when the drop hits, that's gonna be, it's gonna increase the contrast of when the drop hits. So it could be a technique that works really well. It's a similar thing to, filtering out a bit of the low end in front of the drop, or automating the volume down ever so slightly during the build up. That's another trick that a lot of people do. Is like they'll have like their build, and during the build they will automate some of the channels to just go down in volume a little bit, very slightly over time, like, just very slightly over time. Oh, he does though, doesn't he? I'm not sure, but like, if you, for instance, have a 16 bar build and you just automate the level of the drums and everything else down with maybe 2 decibels or 1 decibel over 16 bars, your brain is not going to hear that. It's too small of a change, so it's not going to notice that. But unconsciously, when that drop hits and it jumps back up that single dB or 2 dB, it just makes it hit harder. So it's another technique that works really well. But I wouldn't really do that unless I really need it. So that's something you have to keep in mind as well. Like, I wouldn't just do that because I see somebody else do it. The reason AU5 does it is probably because at that point he thinks this drop needs to hit harder. It needs to, hit harder. And you could do that by making the drop bigger, right? But if the drop is already good, then you probably want to do it in a different way. And then you can probably do it best by taking something else away. And that could be taking a filter, rolling off some of the high frequencies. You can automate the volume, which takes away some volume, right? Or you could do what you were talking about, which is narrowing down the stereo field, which takes away some of the width. So in all instances of that, you're taking something away to make everything a little bit less big right before the drop hits, so that the drop then sounds bigger. And that is the same thing as what I said as well with that kick patch that I made during the stream. Like if we have like let's say I'll just quickly do that real quick so that we have a bit of an idea of what that would do. So if let's say we have a bit of a kick pattern here. So actually I think it might be pretty cool having a bit of a 4 to the floor kick pattern coming in here. It's a bit much because of the sidechaining now, but that would be something I will fix later. But like, so let's say here we're doubling it up. I'm just doing it really quickly for now. Doubling this up. It's maybe a bit early. Let's double it up right here. And then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to 16s. Not sure until where. And here we're gonna have this automating up a bit. And then I think we have that soften attack one here. That's the one we want to play with. So, like, I would probably during this section make sure that we have a bit more of the attack here. Because this is another thing that is kind of similar. Need to adjust this as well so that we that. It's a bit much to kick here, but you kind of know what I mean. See, right now we have that. Let's do right up until the last beat. That. So in this section where this kick is pretty big at the moment because it's sort of like fully open on the filter here, that's where this one is gonna come in really handy, because here we can do this. See, and that's a similar thing. You're taking the transient of the kick drum away. So it's... Oh, wait. No, I'm automating the the filter. My bad. Soften attack right here. This one. So if I automate this up here, we're automating it so that the transient of the kick goes away. And that will, again, make the kick, the first kick of the drop, feel bigger. Because we're taking the transient away over time during this kick roll. Right? So that's another thing that you can do. So it's so many ways of doing that, in various different ways. Like, it's just, the whole idea is of taking something away before the drop so that when the drop hits, everything is just bigger. And whatever you take away totally depends on the track then, you know? It's like, it really depends on what you have in the track. Because if there's no width, you can't take width away, right? So it's like... But it's a really, really good technique. And I actually use it a lot throughout the track. Like, even in between, like, transitioning from one section to the next, stuff like that can be really, really good. Automating some reverb to come in so that everything is a little bit more washed out. So that, again, because it's washed out, if you then take the reverb out again on the first beat of the next section, that section is again sounding bigger than the part in front of it. So yeah, it's like, there's so many ways of doing it. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back soon. I'll let you guys know when. If you want to be a member of the Discord, then the link to that is at the top of the chat right now. So just click the invite link there. I'll be in the Discord as well after the stream. So if you want to have a chat or have some more questions, then feel free to come join in there. And I guess upcoming Friday, we're going to make a sorta liquid drop, but liquid in, I guess, liquid in my way. Because we're like, it's not going towards like the pure liquid vibes that everybody probably thinks about when I say liquid drum and bass. But it's still more melodic and less big as what I would normally make. So it's kind of in between, I think, what it's gonna be. But I think that's a good thing. Because that means I can put this on the EP with the other tracks, even though it's not necessarily as big as the other tracks. If it's like too different, I can't put it on the same EP. It's just gonna sound weird. It's gonna sound out of place, and yeah, that's not gonna work. But if it's, you know, slightly less big, but still a little bit more in a similar kind of ballpark in terms of the sound, it can work. Another thing I think is good. I know today we did a whole lot of work on just an intro, but I know that this kind of stuff, especially the more melodic cinematic things, do tend to get to me a little bit easier as soon as when I found the main idea. From that moment on, it usually gets, well, it's not that complicated or hard to do. I find it a lot less hard to make than heavier drum and bass. So that's also why I wanted to do this. I had a bunch of people ask me to do liquid stuff, and I was thinking about it, and I thought it might also be good because I think I can finish a liquid track a lot easier than a heavier drum and bass track. And you guys know the phase I've been in for a while. You guys know that. Um, it's been a while since I released new music, and yeah, that's an issue. I need to break that cycle, right, of not finishing any tracks. So if I can finish one of these tracks, like if I can finish a liquid track like this, then that will help break that cycle. And if I can finish at least one track of the ones I'm working on, then that will hopefully also, get the whole ball rolling and make the other tracks a bit easier. Like it's all about the mindset, right? I need to get back into that mindset of finishing things. And the other tracks are really close, but it's that last little part now that I'm struggling on. So if I can do a track that's a little bit more liquidish and finish that and just get that thing going, and then hopefully that will get things rolling. Like we're close though. Like I'm close. It's the tracks are definitely very close to how I want them to sound. Much closer than the past years that I've been working on them. So that's a really good sign. I'm not really getting tired anymore of them. I know that they're good. They just need to be better. They just need to be how I want them to be. But I know that the ideas are there. I know that the ideas are good enough, and that's something that I didn't have in the last few years. Most of the tracks from the last few years, even though a lot of you said like, oh, they're good, they're nice, I like them. When are you gonna finish that one, or when are you gonna release that one, or did you ever do something with that one from like a stream of 2 years ago? Like, even though a lot of people said that they liked it, I for all of those tracks, I kind of got to the point where I couldn't listen to the tracks anymore. And I don't have that anymore with the ones that I'm working on now. And that is something that I really have started to notice. Like in the last few years, all of the things I've been working on, I would get to the point where I just didn't like it anymore, I guess. Like I know it's still a good idea, but I just didn't like it anymore. I couldn't listen to it anymore and enjoy it. And then it's really hard to finish it, right? But now the last few projects, I can keep listening to them, and I just don't get tired from them. So that tells me that we're really close. But yeah, still a struggle to get through this whole thing. But getting there. Like I said, we'll see where this one takes us. I guess I'll see you guys upcoming Friday then. Yeah, like I said, I'll let you guys know if I feel like streaming tomorrow. No promise. So if I don't, then don't shoot me. But that's gonna be it. I'll play this while we end, and I'll be in the Discord afterwards. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.